I'm from the academia, and to talk about how the curriculum has been developed to adapt to to equip students with resilient knowledge to the climate change driven issues that we have today. I want to say that the recent curriculum that we have in Nigerian University, minimum academic standard, CCMAS, that had come into play since 2023. So now is developed, is designed in such a way that it is regional driven. 70% is given from the national body, then 30% for institutions to provide their own regional issues, curriculum to cover issues that affect their region. For example, I'm from the Department of Chemistry. While we sat down to plan our own 30%, we had to introduce a course not studied anywhere in the country, 30%, because we have wetland, and it's our own way of equipping our graduates with knowledge to understand the benefit of wetland, how graduates from our department can never be in an environment where people want to use up wetland for development. They will react, and that's building the resilience we are talking about. Then, because it was a Senate decision, other departments also have courses relevant to their own problems, how they come in. Like regional planning department, they now know they have environmental courses that also have answered this. One of the things I've been doing in recent years is to identify a student that has come for PhD or MSc. He came to my table, say I should give him topic. The first question I asked him, what do you do? He said he's into printing. I said, have you ever thought of what are your wastes? I said, have you ever looked into the composition and how this affects the environment? He said he has not. I gave him that as his project. And our findings were outstanding, that what we got from the printing ink characterization was found in crap and the sea, where there is discharge from the gutters linking, if you have been to Port Harcourt, Diop area down to the sea. So these are areas in which the academia are coming into building resilience to climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. And thank you for that beautiful State University. Last but not the least is Dr. Abbas. Dr. Abbas, based on your experience, what additional strategy would you recommend for addressing the impact of climate change on water quality in Nigeria?
Thank you very much, moderator. First of all, let me apologize to you for not answering your call when my name was called out. I went to sit in another hall, okay. I got it mixed up, then went to the 5th floor. Well, thanks. From my experience, I spent 32 years as an environmental scientist, culminating in my being the director of environmental impact assessment in the Federal Ministry of Environment. Okay. I retired not quite long. What I will say is that my area of experience is on the environmental impact assessment. And when we plan projects, especially that have serious issues on water quality, we should be able to, integrate, climate smart mitigation measures into those projects. We should also look at the effect of a cumulative impact assessment on projects generally. Most of the projects that we are used to, the EIS system that we run in Nigeria is usually project specific. And in areas, for example, the Lekki zone, or let's say Bonny Island, where you have so many projects, nobody thinks about how these individual projects will increase the pollution load, in the receiving environment. If we introduce environmental cumulative impact assessment to water related projects, it will help, a great deal. Also, it's also important for us to, think about nature-based solutions when we are embarking on projects. Yeah. Projects that will improve our watershed. In Nigeria, one thing that I've come to realize is that when we want to embark on a project, we just go to the area and then cut off all the trees before we start, replanting. If you travel all over Nigeria, and you will still, if you see some areas, you know that, okay, these are areas where maybe our colonial fathers or masters, had worked on. They just mark the trees that are necessary for them to cut off, and then they leave the others as watershed and as, as a climate, a carbon sink. Even before this whole talk about climate change became mainstream. So those are nature-based solution ways in handling a project. Or maybe you are carrying out a erosion stabilization project, and then you just line the whole slope with concrete, not creating room for grasses to be, to be planted, whereby the concrete nature mix can be managed. So again, too, and most importantly, we have to emphasize on, post-project monitoring. That's where we will be able to find out where the pollution loads of projects are increasing and think of measures that we can to ameliorate them. I'll stop here for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the Director of Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, I want to thank all of you. Your knowledge and expertise in enhancing this discussion. Now, how many people? One, two, three, four. So give him here number one.
Our professors and academia for the good work they are doing, particularly now that we have two universities that are offering WASH courses, WASH standalone PhD. Professor Kuki and colleague from University of Jos, thank you for doing that. I hope that more universities who offer a lot of water-related courses can put that together and also do that, because we spoke yesterday that a lot of people in the sector are aging. So how do you plan a succession planning for the sector? So that's one aspect I want us to look at. The other one is also that resources are dwindling grants, research grants and all that. And we know how this climate change is affecting particularly our water resources. So from the perspective of the panelists, what innovative strategies can we put in place to mobilizing resources for research in water resources and climate change? Thank you.
Good morning, all. My own is just to share my experience with the members attending this conference with regard to the issue of climate change in Katsina water supply. In 2004, Ajiwa Dam, which is the major reservoir that is supplying water to Katsina, was almost filled to capacity. That is, from the embankment, if you bend down small, you will be able to fetch the raw water from the dam. But now you can trek about 600 or 700 meters before you reach where the level of the water remains. And another thing that we have experienced on a yearly, annual basis is the change of character of the raw water. Before, you find out that the raw character of the raw water was almost the same, almost year round. But now you find out that if the water maybe this year becomes so acidic. Before it was almost neutral. You don't have to do any pre-lining before you treat the water. But now you have to do the pre-lining. So this is another additional cost to another burden to the state government. Because before it was only, and even the foul smell that the water, the level of the pH has gone down. This issue of textile at Funtua, you find out that the water is even employing the use of charcoal in order to reduce the issue of the color of the water, and at the same time, you find out that the water is smelling. So these are things that
we're never there.
We have.
Sorry, that we're never there before.
Sir?
Those are
They were not there before.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. It reached even to an extent that we had to close down the treatment plant at Funtua because the water was so thick. The reservoir at Malumfash, it almost dried off completely due to the issue of this climate change. So these are some of the things that our action should be louder than than our voice. So we have to take things seriously with the issue of this climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Alhaji Hassan is there. Give him. Take it. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you for the discussion. From yesterday to today, some issues have been coming up. For instance, the issue, what they call it, fertilizers,
Yes.
affecting the groundwater. So sometimes I don't know, it seems as if we talk from both sides of our mouth, because we still have the National Fertilizer Company. Every year, Ministry of Agriculture is still tolling our fertilizers, and here we are talking about how fertilizer is affecting everything. So it's as if we are not decided really on what we want to do. And then, so I don't know how we can put pressure or, communicate with the government that fertilizer is doing us more harm than good. But you now, the question will now be, if you remove fertilizer, what we're talking so much that, I think yesterday we are told that sadly, we have only in the whole country 3, so I think one thing we can start with, at least one treatment plant, because we know that way we can start talking about remove this and replace it with this. Otherwise, we keep saying the same thing. Researchers tell us the same thing. We run around the same thing, and in 10 years' time, we're still talking. I don't know how. We know better steps that I want to see captured in the communique, and we start making pressure about it. Again, we are talking about the issue of overgrazing, open land, and what do you call it now? Exposing the land. Yet, we are not talking about controlling open grazing. When anybody talks about it, it's like a taboo. Why are you controlling open grazing? We should at the same time, we're talking about what open grazing is doing. So, really, one asks, are we serious at all? Thank you very much.
Let me respond to that immediately. You know, it's because of the way we work. Otherwise, the basic authorities, that is why they call them basin authorities. They are supposed to regulate. It's not issue of abandoning the use of fertilizer completely, but it's regulating how much fertilizer you can use per square, maybe kilometer, and how many animals you can rear per square kilometer. If we regulate all those things, then nature will take care of itself. If the pollution is not much, nature takes care of it. But when it is excessive, that nature cannot cope again. So those issues, the basic
implement them on the ground. For instance, in my constituency, we have area schemes we control compared to the overall area of agriculture, maybe less than 5%. Even within our schemes, you try to enforce some of these rules, and then the communities are not ready to, so we end up having clashes between the people on our schemes and those other people that are out there. So we need a lot of drive from government, that is focused on being sincere in implementing some of these issues, and a lot of awareness, creation between those authorities and even the communities. And we can't do it alone.
Yeah.
Two, the legislations. Where are the rules? What can we do? What can we enforce, and what can we not? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Asa, they will come back to you, don't worry.
Okay. Good morning.
Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Asma Ujari. I'm the Water Quality Officer, Kaduna Sowash. My question is, do the panelists recommend National Water Safety Enforcement Task Force? If yes, please, who do you recommend should lead? Is it the Ministry of Water, Environment, or Health? Because we have the agencies, but we don't have the integrated teeth on water safety task force. I think it should be like a single climate resilience system or two, so as to close the gap between policy and practice. Thank you.
Yes. I think the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation has done a lot. I think I've also participated in many workshops in the various zones where they are introducing water safety planning to the various authorities. But actually, it's not a task force. It's not issue of a task force. It's issue of each water authority putting in place a water safety plan for all their plants, water treatment plan. If they do not have the expertise, they can always approach the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, and I believe they will be of assistance to them. But on the surface, preliminary, the ministry has trained people almost from all the states of the Federation and the other sister agencies. And the other sister agency is responsible for water supply. Because actually, the drinking water standard, Nigerian standard for drinking water quality, stipulates that every water supply should have a water safety plan. In theory, that is what it is, but in practice, I believe we have only had few. The one in Mina, the one in Abuja, and another one where I think we have how many, ma? I'm sure of Abuja and Mina, where they develop water safety plan. Many states. Yes. Okay. That is the training for them to go and do.
Please, your question again, let me get it clear.
No, I'm asking that how many water supply schemes have we conducted water safety planning for them?
That's what I'm saying, that there are many, because we go around the geopolitical zones to go to the water supply agencies to work with them.
Okay.
So I believe we have covered the 6 geopolitical zones.
Yeah.
At least one water board in each of these zones we have covered.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. So.
See. Okay. Alhaji Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator,
Listen.
the panelists, the speaker, organizers, HOD, ROD. Thank you for the opportunity given. Mine is 2 information. One is a comment. The comment is on the issue of to say the truth, greater proportion of lands are cultivated without soil test to ascertain the needed nutrient fertilizer to be applied in the farmland. So in most cases, you see the soil will contain excess of what the plant can uptake. And the excess will definitely be washed down into the drain, thereby causing eutrophication and so many other problems. That one is to be a lesser issue. Studies conducted from Hadeja Unguru wetland alongside up to around Borno are certain that greater quantity, huge quantity of pesticide herbicides are used in farmlands. And that one is causing serious kidney problem. You see a child of 1 year, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years having kidney infection in those areas. As a result of this huge quantity of pesticides and herbicides that are applied in the farmlands. And most of these pesticides and herbicides are even coming from Niger side. They are not known in Nigeria. Their label is written in French. Most people cannot read French. They just apply them without knowing what they are applying or how much they are supposed to apply. This major issue is contributing factor to most of chronic kidney disease that's affecting northeastern part of Nigeria, to be sincere, to be candid. Then on the other side, the National Water Resources Institute has established WASH department. A whole department called WASH has been established at National Water Institute. And we have also been registered as the WMO Center. We also have the River Basin Management UNESCO Center that's taking care of entire West African region. All these are issues that are available at the institute which are not known by most people. We are the pioneers of that curriculum that most people are using called WASH. We developed that curriculum at the institute, and it is used in most of the institutions right now as we're speaking. So the other thing that also every year we conduct project on irrigation viability, agricultural practices and malpractices in terms of pollution of the water courses and so many other things. Sincerely speaking, in most cases, if you see what is inside the water, people will feel very uncomfortable to even drink surface water. Because the surface water treatment technology can only remove pathogens. You add alum to produce suspended solid, you add chlorine to kill the pathogens that are exposed by removing of the suspended solids. You add lime to correct the pH so that there will be no gastrointestinal ulcer. So anything chemical inside the water will end up in the human body. This is a reality. So we need to have maybe a kind of very enabling policy to ensure agricultural malpractices are controlled in order to ensure safety of water for the nation and then for the population in Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abubakar Liman Baba, the JM Bawasa Yobe. Mine is two things. One is a question, one I need little clarifications. The first question is that when you look at the issue of water safety plant, it's multidimensional. It concerns agri, environment, water resources, health. And who is to lead? Somebody has asked these questions. Now, when you look at all the policy documents that we have, both the health, environment, water, I am part of the person that developed the state policy document in my own state. To be candid, almost water safety plan is being regulated to the background. So what we need to do is at the national level, let's have a guide like the national policy that the state were adopting. Mostly came from national level, if I'm right. We only copy, readjust, re-amend, add some few things that suit us. Let's have a national policy on even the water, not even water safety plan itself. Let it comprise of water quality itself in totality. Then the component of water quality should be included, specifically categorizing. The person from Chad River Basin Authority is telling you that even the authority to regulate some of the farmers is pushing away from himself. So who will lead? Who will do what? Let it be categorically stated. Categorically. So that everybody knows his specific functions. Because when you look at it, the same represent authority, the state has, it generally is just like that. Then the second concern is because National Water Resources Institutes are lead on that. I even asked Oga yesterday. We sat here in Abuja, we developed climate resilience wash infrastructures. We developed, we verified it. But unfortunately, even almost getting to 1 year, the institute could not share those designs for us. And it's very, very important for us, especially those of us that are working in the state. This was developed with guidelines of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources, UNICEF, and other donors. And it's led by the National Water Resources Institute. It's expected that by the time attendance was taken for all of us, when these things has been finalized, they need to share with us. Because for us that were implementing those activities at the ground level, we need those things. I remember I even shared those, because UNICEF is asking me about the documents, the emergency, some of the, I shared the emergency design for you, for the modifications to include, to improve, let it be climate resilience. To date, it's almost 1 year. We have not received a single document on that. So I'm pleading, please, since Federal Ministry is around, National Water Resources is around, UNICEF is around. For those of us at state level, we need those documents. Thank you very much.
That first question. Please, our time is up. They are telling us. I'm glad that the presentation has produced a lot of reactions and discussion. But some of the other issues, because of time, please. You want to talk?
Well, the only thing I want to say is most of the contributions were actually comments. The only question that came from the audience was the very first speaker that asked on what we need to do about increasing funding. From how I had patiently listened to all the conversation. So I'm saying that what we've had so far are contributions from all the distinguished personalities here. It was only one question that came from the audience, and that was the very first speaker that asked on what measures could be taken to increase funding. And well, the only suggestion I can give here is that globally, since most funds are now channeled through the climate change mechanism, which Chuma will add more to, I think also the water sector, aside from the environment sector, should look into how most of these green climate fund and all the other activities can be pushed to get increased funding. Then on the pesticide thing, well, I came to talk about project specificity on issues. For every major project, while you are carrying out your environmental impact assessment, there is what is called a pesticide management plan, which you are expected to also carry out and then follow through. And I think one of the contributors also, delved into the details of, that type of plan. If we follow these things, religiously, I think many of these issues can be resolved. On the comment on maybe overgrazing, I have my own, when it comes to grazing in Nigeria, it's now becoming political and cultural. I have my own views, on that, but I don't want to go too deep into it. But what I want to let us know is that all over the world, especially in rangelands, you have vast areas where animals are allowed to transhumance. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, my boss, for passing the mic to me. It has been a very interactive session, and I'm super excited that everybody has the appetite to contribute. When it comes to issues of water, it's everybody's responsibility. Like I said when I was speaking,
The NCCC has the ability to coordinate activities between the federal level to the state level and also communities. That's one of our functions. The second one, among what I've said earlier, was financial mobilization. Capacity building is one, and technology transfer. So all the questions you have asked is centered on these 4 elements. The very first one I want to address is the issues of adopting the federal policy strategies to the state level. You know, I said water is cross-cutting issues, and you must mainstream water in all the activities you're doing, be it agriculture, industry, health, industry, urbanization. Water is very essential. So what we have done in the federal level can be domesticated in the state levels or adopt. But again, all the policy that we have produced in the federal level, like the NDCs, the LTLEDs, the NAPs, all of them were inclusive of the state representatives. So you people also contributed to the formulation of those policies. And it is easy to be implemented because what we do is to coordinate activities and create an enabling environment for its implementation. So if you are a contributor to its formulation, then implementing it will be very easy. On the financial mobilization, just like my boss, Dr. Abbas has said, we coordinate activities on how stakeholders can actually access finance. And being under the NDC, we have the NDC partnership, and we have worked with the Ministry of Water Resources to develop some acceptable concept notes that they have used to assess funds. On the Research Institute, you can also work with Water Resources to come up with a concept note, which we can actually present to the NDC partnership for possible support because it's not holistically 100% acceptable. So we have done on river basin sustainability. We have done 4 river basins now, and attest to it, and so many other assessments like vulnerability assessment for adaptation plans for river basins. So on the issues of fertilizer application and pesticides, that is very controversial words. We cannot face it out. And what we have done in the NDC is to bring measures under the smart agriculture on how that can be remedied. We also say that other practices on how to reduce the pollution from fertilizer by the quantity you apply, the time that you apply the fertilizer, and the nature of the fertilizer. There are fertilizers that is the composition timeline is very, very minimal. So it reduces, it's very, very minimal in terms of how the soil absorbs it. It's not rapid. So when it is reduced, the pollution is very minimal. So we can't face it out because, you know, the present administration even declared for emergency on the food sector. So fertilizer is very essential for Nigeria. Thank you, and over.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to say that from all the highlights, the points given for resilience, we have more than half of them are on, whether it's on capacity building, whether it's community-based and behavioral approaches, whether it's on awareness and advocacy, implementation approaches, monitoring and tracking processes. All 3/4 of these are done by the academia because regular researches are ongoing. But I want to say it here that MDGs and ministries involved in planning, they should, if they bring a note to you on project or something they want to do, look at how many works have been cited, what is the academic content, what is the up-to-date research on this aspect, because we blame government on everything, but in our little corner, how much are we taking up findings, research findings, even from our environment in planning and implementation? So a lot of work are being done around us, but it's left for the global community to enjoy the benefit of our findings. And we in Nigeria, nobody cares about what has been published by universities in Abuja on climate issues here. Even when papers are being submitted for funds, you don't check how much of content of research in this environment is in that paper before funds are released. These are things that will drive the collaboration, the awareness, and everything. Thank you very much.
I will be very snappy. Actually, I'm a professor of regenerative sanitation and water governance. Actually, I'm the first professor of sanitation in this country. So if you are talking about issue of using organic fertilizer and other things from excreta, from wastewater, that is why we have a program on regenerative sanitation and circular bioeconomy for masters, for PhD. So, like he said, there's a lot of evidence on these issues. You can Google them if you like he said. I want to focus more on the innovative strategy for research. He has said some of them. It's unfortunate sometimes I check some slide, I'm seeing 2005, 2016. We don't accept those kind of things. Let's call it, this is supposed to be a scientific environment now. So we want to be scientific. We should at least, worst case scenario, 2020 to 2026. So when we abandon all the informations, how do you even move the country forward? So the point here is foundations that, like in my center, we have foundations supporting research. Just this World Water Day, another foundation has put money for research, and we give it to students. And again, when you do your work, there's a lot of work the Federal Ministry of Research has done. I'm coming, serious issue now. He's from the Institute. These issues are not peer-reviewed. They are not published anywhere. That man just complained. They're in your drawer. Nobody will come to your drawer and find out what you're doing. If you say you have a resilient sanitation system, meanwhile, this country did it even before Bangladesh. Bangladesh now is what we are citing. And we're sitting down here telling us we are the first person. Who knows what you have done? If you cannot subject your work to peer review, nobody cares what you have done. And we cannot even use it. Because if you don't peer review your work, there are a lot of reports I've seen here, heard here, but it's not anywhere. It's not in any international database. It's not in Scopus. It's not in Web of Science. It's not in... nobody really cares. And that is why we are not making progress as a country, because our research findings are not being mainstreamed into policy framework. You cannot even do a policy. They give you a job to do. Why is it not possible that universities are around you? Hey, professor, can you give me one MSc student? Can you give me one master student? Can they look at these things? It doesn't stop you giving your consultant and what. Because that is our country. I have lectured in IHE Delft. That is how country move forward. So now, okay, the gowns and the town. But they could not have been towns without the gowns. It is the gowns that gave you the town. So why would the town, when they start operating, they operate as if the gowns does not exist? We have journals. Nigerian Journal for Water, Sanitation and Hygiene Development. Even like this, even our French counterpart are asking me to change the name to African Journal. But it's in this country, we are not, we can't work that way. These issues are essential issues. And thank God my friend in the institute did a good job. But again, we need to put this thing out there. Let people see it. That is when people will use it. If it's not out there, I will not travel from Port Harcourt to come to the institute to come and see you. But if I go to the global database, can I see what you have done? That is the issue.
Thank you, Paul. Please permit me to begin from where my very able professor stopped by, where he said we need to put what we have on the web for somebody that is at a very remote place, or rather far away somewhere in the world to see. I would like to state here that our new Director General in person of the Associate Professor Abdul Lambaba has taken upon himself the first task he did when he came to office last year was to ensure that our institute have a robust website. Now I can assure you in the next 1 or 2 weeks, you can see all the things we are doing from wherever you are, and we are even making it in such that we have various sections. All our activities in the various centers are being put in there with our publications and so on. We have the National Journal, we publish the National Journal of Water Resources, of course. For the past 12 years, I think, we've been publishing it every year. It's a journal you can get online. Once you log into our website and get to National Journal of Water Resources, it's our own. We publish it every year. And then I would like to also respond to the GM Yobe Ruwasa, and partially to our able GM from Enugu. Well done, Ma. I only recognize you now. We were at your office last year. That UNICEF household sanitation facility redesign that the Institute have conducted actually is a consultancy work given to the Institute by UNICEF. And therefore, it is not the product of Institute. As part of the ethics, we have submitted all the reports, including the 3D models, the bill of quantities, a lot of bill of quantities. Every facility we redesign, we have bill of quantity for it to ease your work, so that if you want to give it out to contract, you have all the quantities. You only need to put the price, which we cannot determine for you. So I will say that I think there is a communication gap. The Ruwasas are expecting the Institute to share the report with them, while the Institute is expecting the UNICEF to share the report with the Ruwasas. That will be sorted out by the grace of God, sir. Since it's a public document, it's your document, sir. You were there in the validation. I was there. I was part of the team that did the redesign. Also, talking about fertilizer, again, like my able MD Enugu Ruwasa mentioned, to add to what my senior colleagues have mentioned, it's important to ensure effective use of this fertilizer. We cannot do away with it, but we need to be very meticulous in its use. Use it effectively, deploy smart agriculture and other nature-based solutions, like even using the manure. In Kano, in the irrigation scheme for Hadeja Jama'are, we've been taking our participants that come for shortcuts in the Institute for study too. We noticed that to have harmonious relationship between farmer and header, and as well as to enable the farmers and farmers after harvesting their crops, they used to allow the herders to come into the irrigation land, the irrigation area, to graze their herds. Thereby, they are now giving them natural manure, and that reduced the quantity of fertilizer those irrigation farmers are using there. It's one of the things we can do in that line, man. And also we can use even vegetation buffer zones to reduce the flow, the runoff. You know, it is this runoff that is washing away the fertilizer. If we encourage planting the crops that have shrubs, I mean deep-rooted crops, they will be able to conserve the soil for us, retarding the rate of runoff, which eventually reduce the pollution of our water sources. Sorry, sir. Please, 1 minute again. And then I would also like to relate what my very senior Oga from Katsina, the MD Katsina Water Board, I think, mentioned regarding the drought experience in their dam, the major dam that supplies water to. In my presentation, if you remember, sir, I think you were there, I mentioned the impact of drought or relationship of drought to climate-driven contamination risks, where I mentioned that it increases the concentration of those pollutants. Where I also mentioned that if you have the same solute quantity and the solvent get reduced, definitely the concentration will increase. This is a practical experience we are having in this hall right now after my presentation, where he said that their dam in Puntua is having a lot of turbidity and other toxic contaminants in it. because of the reduction in the quantity of water in the reservoir, they even have to abandon the treatment facility also because the water has gone so very low. There is one last question that was asked and is directed to me that our conventional treatment plants are mostly treating physical and chemical contaminants. How about the, the heavy metal contaminants or pollution? I now can only say that treating heavy metal is a very costly endeavor. And it also, even the reverse osmosis, the person that was asking, is highly expensive equipment. However, most of the systems I see that are using the reverse osmosis are in small to modular scale. Having it in a large treatment facility is very expensive, though it's important. Therefore, it is important for us to rationalize, classify, where I say in building resilience, which is the title of my paper, in building resilience, one of the major strategies in building resilience against climate-driven contamination is identifying hotspots and mapping the risks area. So we need to do that, know where those heavy metal contaminations are prevalent so as to deploy reverse osmosis and other sophisticated water quality treatment process so as not to make our water treatment expensive. You will agree with me that in most of the northern areas, we don't have issues with heavy metal contamination in our raw water that we treat. Therefore, saying that every treatment plant or water works must have reverse osmosis or higher treatment machines will be counterproductive. But in rivers, for example, in the Niger Delta.
Time is run.
In
You
the
have
Niger
to 1
Delta, I
minute,
learned, okay, sir.
and you have taken 5.
Thank you, sir. In the Niger Delta, I learned that they have these reverse osmosis machines, and they are provided by the government and even some development partners like the oil producing companies. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody, for this lively session. God bless you all. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for them. You take photograph. For our director, Madam Elizabeth Suko, thank you so much. for the work that you do. So just in case you didn't put down your email address correctly yesterday, you have time to make some corrections just so you can get all the documents that will be forwarded via email. Thank you, everyone. I just want to quickly recognize the Nestle team. Thank you for your presence. Appreciate you, Mrs. Victoria Wadoka and your team. Thank you for your support and thank you for your presence as well. I'd also like to appreciate the presence of the representative of the Country Director of Self-Help Africa, Hamza Dati. Thank you for joining us for the conversation we see you, and of course we appreciate you for being our partner in progress. I'd also like to recognize Saadatu Abatemi Usman, PhD, National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency, Ministry of Environment. Thank you. The moment would go for tea break, which will last for about 20 minutes. And that's because after tea break, we'll get into the breakout session, group work, of course, and that will be coordinated by as fast as possible, just so that we can reconvene and get into the group work session.
That's all. Yes, now. Well, I came back yesterday night. I thought I left to my house. I left to my house. Oh, we'll still continue. Very gentle. Okay? You're on TBT. You're on TBT. No, we're on TBT. I'm running to before you. And somebody teach me that I do. Okay, I can explain you next time. Did you hear that? I'll call you lunch. I used to try most of it. Okay. Don't worry, when I call you. We'll soon start with the Any guinea. Quel est ça? Ils sont 1000 tickets. Oh non. Which one? Oh, they didn't know. Which one? Bien, ami. Ah non, bien. Mon série, ouais, galop, mais. Ah, on va le donner. On va donner. Il y a beaucoup de. Ah, c'est mal, c'est bien. Ah, non, non. On se dit, c'est bon. Voilà. Je t'ai mis. Apagala. Yes, sir. Même si ma grand-mère est il est fine. Il est comment il est quelque chose. Oui, ça. Non. Non. Àwọn olóò máa parí pé ẹ ṣe wọ́n ẹ ṣe ní ó ṣe super fẹ́.
All right, welcome back. I'm sure the tea was hot enough. To reset us for the technical session. Let's get organized, please. Ushers, please help us get those who are not yet in the room back in the room. And we'd like Dr. Theodora Ugoruka to get ready to moderate this session. So it looks like we're going to have a realignment, or if you like, rearrangement for this technical session. Two groups, Northeast, Northwest, and North Central constitutes the first group. So, Northeast, Northwest, and North Central will take this part of the room. So if that's what you represent, Northeast, Northwest, North Central, this part of the room is your sitting position for the group session, which we're going into right now. For group 2, we have South, South, Southeast, and Southwest. And so you'll be at my right-hand side. So let's kindly begin to move. I'll go over it again. Northeast, Northwest, and North Central. That's group 1. My left-hand side from where I stand. And for group 2, South, South, Southeast, and Southwest, the right-hand side. So please, if we're done with tea and our snacks, please let's just move. Ushers, if you're done with tea, please help our guests move to their different groups. We're going to be discussing in this group, and it's important you sit where your group is, just so that you can hear clearly and also contribute. So let's organize ourselves. Our coordinator is ready. The coordinator for this group session is ready. So we have group 1, Northeast, Northwest, North Central. Left-hand side, South, South, Southeast, and Southwest. The right-hand side. Let's just kindly move, please. So for clarity's sake, Northeast, Northwest, North Central. Northeast, Northwest, North Central. Yes. All north. You have north anywhere. This way. All the south. South, south, southeast, southwest. The right-hand side. just to quickly mention that we have the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Water Resources, Enugu State, Engineer Ben Collins Undu Jr. with us. Thank you for your presence, Honorable Commissioner from Enugu State. So I'll hand over the microphone to the moderator, Dr. Theodora Ngozika Igboruka, to coordinate this group work.
Thank you very much, Ian. Hello. Hello. Hello, everyone. So, each geopolitical zone will work as a team. The Northerners, Northeast, Northwest, and North Central will work together as a team. So I don't know how we want to put the tables together. This is still not over there. So the Southeasterners, Southwesterners, and the South-South, we want you this way. As a team, the Southerners, can you put your tables together so you are able to work as a team? So everything South is this way. The Southeasterners, Southwesterners, and the South-South. Okay, let us pay attention to the instructions. Since yesterday, we're listening to different presentations from the impact of flood, drought to water quality, and pollution to water quality. Then the One Health approach to water safety planning, to building resilience. Hello? Those people at the back, are you part of this workshop? The people behind, are you part of the important aspect of the workshop, please? Okay, while the Southerners are still trying to organize themselves, let me deal with the Northerners. We have listened to the presentations. It is now time for us to develop an action plan. The impact of pollution, flood, and drought to water quality in the northern areas, the One Health approach to water safety planning, and then the building climate resilience or building resilience against climate changes for water quality. So you're going to develop an action plan that speaks to the challenges, water quality challenges that are inherent in the northern areas of Nigeria. While you're doing that, assign responsibility, because it's going to serve as a guide for the Federal Ministry of Water Resources to monitor the progress of implementation of those actions in the various states within the northern area. So that's your assignment. The activities, the time frame, when you want it done, and who is responsible for each of the activities or actions that's been identified. You can't hear me? Okay. So first of all, you're going to designate a secretary in this team that will make the presentation. Secondly, you're going to look at the presentations we made since yesterday and come up with a challenge, the action or how you want to redress the challenges that are inherent in the northern areas of Nigeria with respect to water quality. Then assign a time frame for each of the institutions, whether water agency or government agency, that will address such challenge and give it a time frame. It becomes a working tool for the Federal Ministry of Water Resources to monitor the level of progress so we can report it in the next year's annual climate conference. Does that make any sense? Thank you. So they've gone to get flip chart papers and cardboard with which you use to write and present afterwards. Thank you. If you want a leader, woman leader, man leader, you can choose. Did we get the instruction, the Southerners? Okay, so the thing is this. Over the since yesterday, we've had presentations about the impact of drought, flood, pollution to water quality. And then we had presentation on One Health approach to water safety planning. And today, we listened to a presentation on building resilience for the climate challenges that affect our water quality. Now it is time for us to come up with how we want to redress the water safety challenges that are inherent in the southern part of Nigeria. Imo State, Enugu State, Rivers State, Bayelsa State, the southwest areas we face. How do we want to address it? Who does what? If Imo State said that they have lead in their underground water, what do we do to control that? Maybe regulations, right? From borehole proliferations, any activity you want to identify. Who does that? In Imo, if the challenge is regulatory, we don't have a regulatory agency, then the government is supposed to set up or implement the existing water law. So let us see those activities, the time frame when you want to do it, and then who is responsible for doing it. When you finish, you make a presentation and it becomes a guiding document for the Federal Ministry of Water Resources to monitor the progress of implementation of those action plans in the geopolitical zones. Does that make any sense? All right, so you choose your secretary or your woman leader. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So you already got the presentations in your head. So the action plan is in line with the challenges, not the themes. Yes. Yes. Yeah. That's it. Everybody should make sure they participate because we don't want to barb your hair in your absence. Please, everybody should make sure they participate. Any challenge? Please, the people, are you part of the Southerners? Please come closer. Come closer. Yeah. Please, can we join the meeting? Can we join the action planning group? Please, let us join the action planning group. This is a conference, not another office. Everybody, put your laptops down and join this. We're almost concluding. We want to finish early.
So, okay, let me just repeat. My understanding is that following all that we've heard and learned since yesterday, we are supposed to now take it back to our location, which is the southern part of this country, and see the effect regarding water quality, how it affects our environment, regarding flooding, regarding drought, how it affects our areas, that is the southern part of Nigeria, come up with agenda or roadmap as to how to solve them.
Good afternoon,
what
everyone.
are the policy framework that should
So
exist?
we are asked
And
to
if
split
nothing
into
is
two groups,
in existence,
and on
we
this
should
particular
make
group, we have each and every one of us is from
proposal
either the
as to
northwest,
what
the northeast,
and
or
what
the
we
north-central.
should be implemented,
So from the
and
topic,
then
from
who
the title
and
of,
who
of
should
this
implement
annual
those recommendations.
water quality
So if there are
conference
other
and their sub-themes,
ideas regarding
the
what our term of
impact
reference is,
drought,
please
flood,
also speak up
and
so that we can
pollution
start.
on water quality. Also, integration of One Health approach into water quality, water
The woman leader.
and building resilience against
Is there any state that has
driving
existing
contamination.
policy on
Each
water
and
quality?
Every sub-term is expected to have an action.
Does
to
any
work
state in the south,
plan
the
from
south,
the
I mean, does
northern
anybody
part
here
of
say
Nigeria.
can say that in their
action,
state
they said,
there is
going used
a policy, state policy
going
on
to
water
be
quality?
followed
Do we
up
have?
and is going to be discussed in the next year's water quality
Or we don't know?
conference. So please, each and every one of us should contribute from the zone
a
he
state
or she
framework
belongs to,
or policy
so that we'll
on
come
water
up with a
quality. Do we have
general
anything at all
northern-
to that guides the state
northern
on water
state
quality?
Action water quality. Action plan.
Okay.
Am I
All right.
understood?
Okay, does any state have any state have any policy on wash?
Okay.
I mean, say your state so that we
Yes,
can know those states that have.
We have
Imo has
four
water
rows,
policy.
4 columns here.
Wash
May as we
policy.
continue, if there's need to add. The first one here, the first column is the challenge,
Okay,
where the
Imo-
thematic area will be
Wait.
captured. If
Imo
we're talking about
has
drought,
wash
it falls
policy
under that
and water
column.
law, right?
If we're talking about flood, it falls under that column.
This-
That's the
Anambra the
global
same.
challenge we're looking at here now.
Enugu
it will be
has
followed by activities.
water law.
What are we going to do to mitigate? So the activities that
Sorry?
will be done to take care of these problems that we
Lagos.
identify
Lagos
will
has
form the
what?
second column.
Both of them.
Then the third one, that's the responsibility. Who does that?
Bayelsa
Which
has
agency are we calling into action?
policy
Who takes care of this responsibility?
and law.
And then the fourth one is the time frame.
Ekiti
Then
has
we may
what?
decide to allocate.
Wash policy, but
Since
law.
it's an
you know,
action plan.
do you have water
We
law?
decide to allocate after the time frame.
Ekiti, do you have
to
water
allocate
law?
if there's any budget.
Okay.
We can suggest budget. Or
Which other
to be
state has
determined.
anything?
If there's not a clear
Sorry?
budget, we can put TBD to be determined. And then probably the last one will be the outcome. If you do that at the end of it, it will translate to what? So that is what forms a complete, comprehensive action plan. Starting from the challenge here and the outcome, what are you trying to address? If we follow that sequence, we should be able to capture all that have been identified and then put them together in perspective. Is that clear now? So, I will follow them. So the challenge here now is what? Under the first column, drought. So we can write it, let's do that, drought. No, it's still what we discussed here now.
So I think what we do is, having identified drought as the first challenge here, which is one of the extreme events, we are following the lectures. So one of the extreme events here identified as our major challenge is what? Drought. So I'm going to discuss actions or peculiarities. We have northeast, northwest, north central. So it will bring out how it affects you in your own region. And what do you think can be done? Then we'll bring them out, we'll write them out. So, under drought.
I want to suggest that let's identify all the challenges first. We are then picking it one after the other. So the challenge I want to suggest two challenges. One is the contamination of surface water, of groundwater. So those are the challenges I want to bring out. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I think quickly we are supposed to start. It's time. So on the drought issue, if you are looking at the challenges there, one is if you have drought, actually because of the reduction in the volume of water, it tends to have concentrated contaminants. No matter how small you have, once the water shrinks, the concentration increases. So if before you are taking 1 liter of that water, for instance, and having maybe a concentration of 0.5, if the water reduced by half, you have 1. So by that, drought tends to increase concentration or makes the contaminants more concentrated in the water body. That is one. Secondly, there is also issue of unavailability, because it's also affected, although that one is about the quantity, but it makes people
Good morning, everybody. I'm from Akwa Ibom. Akwa Ibom is my state. I noticed the issue of open defecation that is inherent in my place. Most places, they don't have well-built latrines. So it's also affecting the quality of water. That's one of the challenges. Law.
Drought.
Yes,
We
there
are
are
talking
laws,
about
but
drought
many
now.
people are not adhering to it. Many households are
Drought.
not adhering to it. So it's
Drought,
not for
not
the
flood, right?
maybe people to give information to the necessary.
So let me give you another
bodies to
person
come
so
and
that
do
we-
inspection, and whereby they can seal such compounds. Even the Ministry of Health could also collaborate with the Ministry of Water Resources.
Sorry, please, what exactly are we talking about?
In
I
helping
thought we
combat
said
the
we're
situation.
starting with drought, and we should also write down the challenges before we move ahead. And he has given one challenge already. A second challenge is drought also stresses the source of water supply in the community. The alternate,
No, I think the Secretariat has taken it. You have taken it, Abi?
Yes, that's all.
Assalamu alaikum.
No, that's all.
I think we need, as one of the issues that concern water quality, I've been emphasizing on it. Clear policy document. There is none that we have. So we need to develop as a sector, we need to develop a policy guidelines for the implementation of the water safety plans, water quality in itself. Because as my own state, we don't have any guidelines for water quality.
In
But I'm
Edo
saying
State,
policy guidelines.
What
I'm not
the
talking of
major challenge we
guidelines
are having
document.
with that is giving us Hello,
problem of water quality is
let's
the flood.
be very clear. Let's be very
the
clear,
annual
GM.
flood from the river
There is a
area.
national drinking water quality standard.
Regional areas.
Roles
So that
and
it
responsibilities are
occurs
clear there.
almost
Are
every
you talking
year.
about state-specific
The flood will affect
standard
the water
or
system,
domestication
water quality
of
there,
that national
of which
standard?
there is no proper
Exactly.
management on how we can purify the water again. At the end, some of the boreholes will collapse. People will have no option than to resort to either water harvest from the rain or the river.
Non-domestication of the
and not
national
safe for
drinking
them.
water
You
quality
cannot
standard
have
at
quality
the
water
state
from
level.
the river as the source of water. And secondly, we have the problem of ODF. You see people defecating around the water they are drinking, of which from the upper side of the river people will defecate, from the down part people will be fetching.
I think we should
We also
be
have
on
the
the
problem
same
of
page,
ODF,
please, so that we can move
of
forward.
ODF, of
We are
which
focusing
in the
on
area of ODF,
challenge is drought itself, right? What is the impact of this drought on water quality? So let's concentrate on that. So that when we finish, we will now move to flood.
But can I explain another thing is that, you see, when you say drought, it's a simple word. I came from Yobe.
the source of the water, which now is
But
not the
anywhere
river,
you have
they will still
high
be defecating
drought,
around it.
doesn't
Of
have
which there is
problem
already
with
a
water
law
quality in my own state.
passed by the House of
We
Assembly
don't have problem with water quality in my own state. I'm talking of
prohibiting
Abbas,
the
you know it very
open
well.
defecation.
Kashua,
But
Guru, Swari access.
to
We
establish
have problem with water
the
quality
law,
there. None at all.
domicile the law
So it
among
all
the
depends on
stakeholders, which
your
we are
definition of
unable to
drought.
achieve. We are thinking of calling a stakeholders
trying to
meeting
make a point of
from the
correction, saying, but
agencies,
drought
the
as a
traditional
word,
rulers, all the stakeholders, to now establish there is a law prohibiting this open defecation, so that we can now establish an enforcement body that will not, oh, there is a law, wherever you defecate openly, this is what will affect, this is what will happen to you.
This
I think
is
with that,
what
we can
is
still
needed for
have
us
access
is to bring our
that
input.
quality water we are talking about.
What we should do is to bring our input. Please,
On
if
issue
you
of
have,
flood, I
let's say
think,
we are discussing about drought, then you raise your hand, you
look
collect
for a
the
way
phone,
to
then you
purify
now
the
bring
water.
your input. Then the
If the only
secretary
source
will
of
now
water we now have
in the
after
action plan. Are you getting
the only
it?
option
And we
available
have
for
time
them,
here
how
to
can we
do it
purify
and
the
finish
little
it,
one,
please.
which is the
Listen,
from the street,
we are not
from
here
the
to be
water harvest,
arguing or
to
to
purify
be
this one,
debating.
so that we can have
Just if you have
quality
your
water
input,
from there.
right, bring your input based on the. Then the secretary will now take note and put it in the action plan, please.
Hello. We have 5 minutes left. 5 minutes. Hello. Hello. 5 minutes left. Yes. 5 minutes.
But if that's because if that's the case, then one meeting will only give, and it will not be. get that? That point you mentioned. Does that cause drought? No, we're getting on this route.
Four columns, right? Challenges, activities. Let's listen to him.
Please, we are behind schedule. We are behind schedule, honestly. No time.
looking at drought, flood, and what? Pollution. Yeah, I understand.
It should be brief, please. We don't have time. We don't have time. That mitigation that you are saying, just give us one sentence. One sentence. How do you mitigate? How do you mitigate? One sentence. No, okay. Please write. Write what he's saying. He is giving us a mitigation measure. In one sentence.
Even if it is a phrase.
No, it's okay. It's there. It's there.
Thank you.
Modification.
What about planting drought-resistant trees? Because when you plant drought-resistant trees, yeah, we have taken it. Yeah. I think we have as many as we have. Go ahead. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Two challenges. Okay, because
We are listening. Go ahead. Can't be too much. Go ahead, please. But briefly, like in a sentence, if it's possible, phrase.
No, I think we have enough. We have about 3 mitigation measures. We are about to. go to flood, please. Maybe just go to flood and start with finish. I think we have two, at least 2 or 3 notification letters.
Let me read the one we have. Okay. I said, what we have. Okay, let me do what we have. Sorry, don't repeat. Okay, I take care. Go. Let him. You see my chairman close here. It's okay. See what we have here. Yes, we have having identified the cause as causes high concentration of contaminant. Resistant trees. The second is to modify treatment plants. And then the third one mentioned here is what? That there should be availability of what? Water chemicals. Now, following across the row, the column, like I said, this one we're going to identify who takes that responsibility. Let's echo it here so that we write it down. So, planting drought-resistant trees. Who does that? Put that together. It was other stakeholders too.
I think Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Federal Ministry of Environment, then state government, the state government, state government, Federal Ministry of Water Resources, Federal Ministry of Environment, yes. Federal, about the state government, water resources. Then state government. Because state governments are purchasing their own. They have their own budget.
Federal ministries, Uganda, Ministry of Agriculture should be there too, not forestry. For the trees, forestation, Ministry of Agriculture handles that.
In fact, what they cut across, even their challenges are the same.
For flooding, is same. Exactly the same.
Pollution too, so they will enter the next of them. Yes, that's it. That's why I said two.
Let's go to flood. Just 1 year, 1 year, just 1 year, 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. 1 year is okay. 1 year is okay.
Unless you want to ride with friends. It's realistic. Maybe you should ride with friends. Ride with friends.
That challenge that we put first, the increase in contaminant level, is also there in the flooding. It's there, that's what I said. It's there.
And one of the situations around the river, we should be considering river embankment. Yeah.
We are in flood. We are considering flooding.
No, please. 1 minute. Continue. Construction of
And see, that's what I said. That's what I said. The presenter will protect it. But the point is,
Hello? Hello? Under, so that we take it together. Yes, under flooding here now. One of the issues identified here is that there will be what? More contamination due to runoff. For capturing purpose, we will come to do that. Runoff from dump site, runoff from what? All kinds of. I cannot capture it here for now. When I say runoff, it covers it. Good. And then the second one is that it causes damage to infrastructure. Wait. It's also there. If yes, and to discourage. Put together.
sir, once you mention flood, we know all the epidemic. We know the epidemic. You understand? You can have contamination. Then there are cultural activities that have been mentioned. You understand? It's another aspect which now exposes the environment to those contaminants that can be washed by flood.
So what can be done now? That's what we said. The activity here now is the mitigating measures. You see, the mitigating and the activities, they go together now.
Mitigation, construction of it.
Construction of this, do this. These are the activities. What? Okay. It's going to lectures again. It's going to a broad lecture. These are the activities.
Sorry. For agricultural activities that leads to water contamination, I would suggest we look into creating water protection zones. That is being practiced in other countries. Here we listen. Here we have grazing reserve. In other countries, they have water protection zones. No agrarian activities is allowed, and runoff waters in the event of flooding are being diverted using canals. Only water collected within that water protection zone is being dammed and can be used. So if the possibility of contaminating both ground and surface water is eliminated. And that is why in some of these countries, they don't even treat water at all. I think let's look at this.
So you create a buffer zone. Yeah. Upstream and downstream. The upstream, of course, the distance has to be far. Yes. At the upstream, because that is where your water is coming from. You understand?
When we mention water protective zone, I think
it has come
Let us write this thing. If you want to talk, I should invite you to talk so that we go. No. Don't allow me to talk.
Think about what she said. Think about
you understand?
The shortest way.
Yeah.
Not the longest
Then
way.
another thing you also do, in that buffer zone, you can plant those crops that are known to be absorbing these contaminants. Do you understand? You plant those crops.
Please, let's just write it, then we'll share it to the group. If anyone has any input, then
Please tell us so that since we are going to present for this one. Oh, yeah, read. For plus. Let us find out. Let us find out. No, this one is not useless. We can be putting our point here and then they are faster.
Hello. It's time for presentation. Northwest, North Central, Northwest, Northeast. It is time for presentation. No, but you guys started before them. They are not ready at all. We have to read the communique. We are waiting for the Northerners to come and take the microphone. Are you going to give us another PhD presentation? to ensure that we close here by 3 p.m. I am also happy to stay till 6 p.m. Some of you that are traveling tomorrow wanted to close early so you can go into town and have some view. But if you say we should stay till 6 p.m., we're happy too. Just spend and sign. When you spend, you send me receipts. So, hello. Please, let's pay attention. The Northerners want to make the presentation of their action plan. Southeast, Southwest, and South-South. Please pay attention to the presentation. You're supposed to keep them in a flash. Have you copied it in a flash?
Just do it, it's fine. Where's my laptop? Yeah, I need a laptop. Good evening, everyone. I want to stand on the already established protocol to go on with this presentation. This is a presentation from Group A, comprising Northeast, Northwest, and North Central. We sat down and came up with this, looking at the impact of drought and flood quality, Northeast, Central, and Northeast, North Central, and West perspective. So we started by looking at the challenges. Our focus area here, one, is on drought. And we know the impact here now that it causes high concentration of contaminants. And what are the mitigating measures? So we try to identify planting of drought-resistant trees, modify treatment plants, and then make treatment chemicals available. We try to look at this from different states. So each state is peculiarity anyway, but because of, for want of time, we try to put them together, looking at the North as a block. Now, the responsibility. State Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Water Resources, and state government and other stakeholders are involved in ensuring that this great risk is what mitigated. The time frame located here, it can be done within the third quarter of this year to 2028. At the end of it, if you are coming up with an action, what is the expected outcome? So the expected outcome is that at the end of the day, we should have what? An improved water quality across board. The second thematic area or area of focus here is what? Raise it up. More contamination due to runoff. Looking at floods. Yes, if following our lectures carefully yesterday, we identified about 2 to 3 extreme events. And these extreme events are what form the basis of our discussion and our work here. So having dealt with the first one that was identified as drought, the second one here is flooding. And you can bear me witness that we've had serious experience of flooding in the north. Maduguri issue was mentioned here. Jugawa, Auyo, all these Adeja and the rest of them. We have instances of floods that is no longer a news to us here now. But putting them together, what we can do to do that is to do what? Create water. Please enlarge it for me. Please zoom it. Create water protection buffer zones. If this is done, it will go a long way to do what? To reduce the impact that this runoff we are talking about from solid waste, dump sites, all of them, we know if there's rainfall, they are all washed into our waterways and it ends up contaminating our water. So we have all this mitigation done, it will go a long way to help us do that. The second measure, go up. Second measure here is planting trees that absorb contaminants. Yes, if we plant trees that contaminate, it will go a long way to affect, to reduce this. Trees that absorb these contaminants, it will go a long way to help us. And then the third one here is construction of diversion dike. We have a low where water is flooded. I share Taraba experience with you. Before intervention of African Development Bank, we have a water, we have our well fields where the runoff from the municipality were washed to that place, thereby contaminating. So after a series of studies were carried out, it was adopted as one of the measures to do to stop this. So a diversion dike was designed where this runoff is to the river course, a significant distance from it, thereby improving what? The quality of water that we give to people. When that is done, the impact will be that there will be improved water quality. And the responsibility here is environment, water resources, necessary federal and state ministries and other stakeholders involved. And the third thing we look at here is water safety plan. The problem identified under this is what? Non-compliance to water safety plan. Water safety plan is not all the agencies, not all the corporations that are complying with that. From the awareness we got yesterday, we know that this is something that it is multi-sectoral. So all the stakeholders that are involved will be brought on board as we get back to our state to see that we adopt that. So to solve this problem is to do what is to create and domesticate water safety plan peculiar to Nigeria or problems in this country. That is one of the actions that will be done to see that. And then federal and state government and other identified stakeholders, that can be done within 2 years. When all this is done, the overall impact is that we are going to have what? Improved water quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The group Northerners, not group A or B. Can we now take questions, please? Can we take questions? All right.
Okay, my own is more of contribution with regard to the
availability of water treatment chemicals. You find out that most of the challenges we are facing with regard to the issue of these water treatment chemicals has to do with wastages. If we can curb the wastages with regard to the issue of water treatment, I believe we will go a long way. I happened to visit a treatment plant at Gombe State, which is a 50,000 cubic meter treatment plant. I have seen the turbidity of the raw water. I almost compared it to that of Jiwa. But because that one is being managed by Chinese people, they told me that they are using 1 metric ton of alum in conjunction with polyelectrolyte. But at that time, I recall what Agio was using. So I believe if we can curb the issue of wastages, because I call it more of wastages, the issue of how the contractors are bringing the chemicals. You as a quality control officer, you cannot complain. They may tell you that these are the number of bags they were asked to bring, irrespective of what the weight turned out to be. So these are some of the things that we have to start telling ourselves the reality. A metric ton of alum, we know how much it costs now in the market. So things were not like before. And the issue of these cliff ridges, I don't want to mention some of these things in the water treatment plant. So they have to be carved out. So this is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just a way to contribute to what he has presented. You know, the time is so short. Another thing is in the situation of flood and all that, a cheaper way of treating water or producing water effectively with less chemical. Government can now begin to think about riverbank filtration. It's a natural treatment process whereby certain wells or boreholes are dug or sunk along the river coast, particularly where the river meanders, so that the river water will begin to charge this well, and the well will be protected very well, well cased and protected. Then the river water is now charging the well. In that process, the contaminants, everything, most of the residues that are found in the river would have been stopped within the soil matrix as the water is getting into the well. So you can now abstract from that well. And the well doesn't run dry because the river is always having water. So imagine the well, and you're abstracting the water for treatment from that well. In that situation, you're going to be using less water treatment chemicals. How long? Because, like how long? The water will have been cleared off. You understand? As well as chlorine. Those of us that are using chlorine for treatment, you will also use less chlorine in that situation because microorganisms equally will be trapped within the soil matrix as the water is moving through the river into the well. So it's a very cost-effective method. So we begin to think that way is a natural way to mediate the issue of flood and other problems. Thank you.
Very much.
It's okay. Lots of time. Is there any more question?
Okay, just to add to what my colleague here have said. Yeah, in the event where you have an environment with no river flowing all year round. If you can see from our presentation, we recommended a water protection zone. Yeah, this is a model already been implemented in other countries. Just what do you call it? These are game reserves where you have to go in and cut down trees. Water protection zones have the same thing. In this situation, no human activity, no agrarian activity is done. So with that, all water, all water that fall on that ground is being channeled and damped. It's being channeled and damped, and in the process, we use it to recharge the aquifer. By doing so, you sustain it, and also it encourages and improves afforestation, since no human activity goes in there. So it comes with multiple benefits. So I think this is a model that maybe futuristically, or if you can see into it, get a very large space, as large as Abuja sometimes in some countries. Protected. All runoff water coming from other directions are being channeled not to come through or into that water protection zone. They are being diverted into the river, making the water trapped within that water protection zone to be safe or relatively less contaminated, since it is only rainwater that flows on the flow that is being trapped. I think this is the conclusion I have.
It's okay.
Good afternoon to all of us. Beyond the issue of water treatment chemicals as one of the challenge, I want to cite an instance. We from Kaduna State, we have one of our plants that is located at the southern part of the state. I can assure you that that is spring water. We don't use alum. What we do is just to pass it under filtration and disinfect it and then pass it to the public. But one of the critical challenge that we have is power. And that is why the issue of solar, we have to start thinking along that side. The plant suffers epileptic supply of water, power, because in 24 hours, you cannot boast of having power for 5 hours. So how can you possibly perform effectively? That one we cannot say it is a challenge of water treatment chemicals. It's purely power. And I can assure you that the turbidity of that water is less than 1 NTU. It's less than 1 NTU. Whether, because it is spring water, it does not have much contamination. Okay? Yes. So, but what is happening now, just like the challenges that have been highlighted, we are beginning to experience some kind of flooding when it is rainy season. Why? Because of construction of roads that is upstream. You know, the drainage, they do not direct, So in the mid of the rainy season, each time it rains and there is flood, so it moves, channels itself directly to the stream. And when that's happened, you have to stop operation for a while to allow the highly turbid water to pass before you commence the operation again. So these are some of the things, and the issue of grazing and farming activities, initially those things were not there at all, but it's beginning to rear its ugly face. And we need the willpower to be able to stand up and be able to overcome such challenge. Thank you.
He's talking about manchok. That is natural mineral water. You know, Kaduna State have surface water, rivers, that is the surface water, and it's blessed with natural mineral water. That is that in the manchok. So that is what he was explaining. Thank you.
So
thank you,
I think
Question or suggestion? There's something he has not added to us.
All right, okay. No, let me just say one thing, then I'll come down. Yes, I want to thank my mates, my group mates for giving me this support. But before I come down, I want to lend my voice to what one of our colleagues said here. Yeah, practically we have one of these innovations in Taraba State that's working. We call that infiltration gallery. It's a system that is put in place to ensure that some physical processes are eliminated. The process of coagulation is eliminated, flow eliminated, and only filtration takes place under the sand beds. physical one. So after that, there was a study that was carried out for us to know comparative cost elimination that we have had in adopting that process. We discovered that the cost of only treating it without the normal convention, the conventional process, eliminates up to 95% of the cost that should have gone to alum or other chemicals. So at least with this, we have comparative advantage here in terms of cost. So we are currently doing that in Tarawa State. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Quickly, I want to just add to, because there's something we discussed, I think we missed it on the slide. The issue of installation of a screen at the point where the catchment rivers actually join the water body. That way, you'll be able to stop the solid waste from getting into the dam. Because when he was mentioning the issue of the buffer zone, let me share an experience of we in FCT Water Board. It's not like in other states. In Water Board, FCT Water Board in particular, you'll be sitting down, we have a lot of private sector people, NGOs, that will take our water from anywhere and test it. We have this experience, we are sitting down and then doing what to do better, and somebody picked a sample of water in the catchment river, tested it, and then he came and said he's inviting us for a multi-sectoral dialogue, that there are some solid waste is somewhere around the catchments. We went there only for us to see a presentation, and somebody was saying that our water is contaminated by the source water, by pharmaceutical waste. And then, of course, we have to start moving up and down, checking what is the problem. I think from that angle, that is when we now start the buffer zone that we're discussing here. We have actually put in place a buffer zone, upstream, downstream. Then the issue of installation of the screen is also there. Because it is believed that whether you are in the city or you are in the village, this issue of water pollution related to this climate change will get to you. I remember somebody mentioning something about somebody somewhere in the east processing palm oil, and he was using polluted water. I also remember a scary presentation made by Noga here, that a research he did on lead poisoning in the far north. If the animals and the fish in that far north, maybe Maiduguri for instance, the animals drink this water that is contaminated, the fish takes in these contaminated chemicals, it stays in their body. These animals might be transported to Lagos and they'll be slaughtered there. You are sitting in Lagos, but you'll be eating the contaminants that are transported from Maiduguri. You are in Enugu, you process that palm oil. Now, somebody in Maiduguri or in Sokoto, this palm oil will be transported to that place, and he'll be using it to cook. These are contaminants that cannot be removed by boiling. So they are dangerous contaminants. That is why I want us here to take note, because it's like most of the presentation I emphasizing on the microbial contaminants because of their nature. Maybe because once that happen, people will begin to run, people are dying. By the time you take drugs, it gets away. But the chemical contaminants, they stay with you. And the unfortunate thing is that at the end of the day, they cause a problem, sometimes an irreversible problem. Now, having said this, because of time, I want to call the attention of my other colleagues that are in water boards across the country, because people have been mentioned about the use of alum. Please, if you are using alum to treat your water, please don't hesitate to check for aluminum ion in your water. is very, very important. It is as important as checking for residual chlorine. So that at the end of the day, the water you are treating, as it is coming, don't be the one to pollute it. Because if you overdose your aluminum sulfate, and there is presence of excess aluminum ion in the water, there will be a problem. And you are the cause of the problem. Because aluminum ion, studies have shown that it's linked to Parkinson's disease. It goes there, accumulates in your body, and one day, there'll be trauma. Somebody is walking correctly. So, I want to call the attention of my colleagues and the water boards across the country. Please, let us take note of this one. And finally, I want to appeal, because we have come here and we have made a lot of presentation. We have talked about our individual challenges from our various sessions. I want to appeal that, why I'm making this appeal, let me even state this categorically. I have seen a presentation. One of the presenters was actually showing the percentage of quality water in other countries. And I think we are having just 4.3%. Well, Ghana is having 24%. I was not actually comfortable. But let me just tell you something. I think about it and I was like, maybe one of the reasons is that in Ghana, they only have all the water utilities in Ghana under our umbrella, which is the Ghana Water Company. Ghana Water Company is in charge of all the water operations in Ghana. So I'm appealing that why don't we here in Nigeria, we have our parent body, the Federal Ministry of Water Resources. I think if Federal Ministry of Water Resources can coordinate, let all the water utilities across the country have an association where we can come together, share our operation challenges, and try to proffer solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's.
Good afternoon to you all. Please, I just want to say something about all this chemical we are talking about. I want to say something about the chemicals we are talking about, the disinfectant, like that is HG and the aluminum sulfate, Malam Salaha talk about. Sometime our site in Sokoto, we are having high turbidity of water. Most of the time in rainy season, it will reach out to 2,600 NTU. If it is, yes, 600 NTU. But if it is in dry season, now, sometime it will reach 1,000, 1,112, and so on. Okay, so, what is there about the calcium hydroxide so that to neutralize the water? Sometimes, if the turbidity is high, we must use that calcium hydroxide so that we can neutralize our water in order to get standard clarity of water. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the Northerners. Make it worthwhile, please. Clap for them. Clap for them. Thank you so much. Now we will be calling on the Southerners to come and present their action plans.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, we didn't type our own, we still type it. But I think that also is good so that we listen. Now, the recommendations we have, some are state-based, some are national-based, and some are community
community-based and some are household-based. We realize that it is good that all states should have their wash laws and the water laws and wash policies, and that those that already have should get them revised so as to capture the new things that we have all learned. And then also, states should also have their regulatory agencies and then make sure that they are operationalized. This regulatory agency should also include guidelines for borehole drilling and sewerage system. At the national level, there should be national quality water mapping. And there should also be environmental law to regulate mining activities, both at the national and state levels. Then at the state level, there should be synergy between water resources, health, environment, and there should also be proper coordination and implementation among them, which also includes clearly delineating each person's responsibilities. At the state level also, there should be system designs that have to be resilient to climate change. At state and community levels, one thing that we find helpful is that messages should be mainstreamed at PHT. Wash messages should be mainstreamed at primary health care levels, so that as mothers especially come for primary health care, they should also give them messages to take care of household water management and household waste management. At schools, there should be wash clubs and environmental clubs, so that children also become champions for the wash messages. At local government levels, the wash department should be strengthened, so that just like the PHCs go house to house on immunization and health education, wash departments also be strengthened so that they can also go from house to house for water and in fact for wash messages. And both states and both local government, state and national level, there should be established laws for multi-sectoral approach to tackle issues, as we have all said. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Group Southerners. Let us now take questions, please.
Questions, comments, recommendations.
Questions.
Thank you very much. On your paper, you are talking of standard reporting. We had national borehole reporting format developed by the Federal Ministry of Water Resources in 2007. Incidentally, I was part of that, people that developed that. And the format is that to avoid issue of borehole theft, because it was observed that after PTA, Petroleum Development Project, some boreholes were marked again during the Improved Water and Sanitation 2000. You discover that some people will go to an existing borehole that's already completed, remove the signboard, rehabilitated it, and then claim to be a new borehole. So as part of that program, that was where we introduced the issue of location and rest. So two boreholes cannot have identification. Now, in the course of that, we have to develop the issue of hydrogeophysical survey. a hydrogeographical survey to have a bill of quantity of its own. And we went further again to develop what we call scale of fee. Fiscal survey. For basement complex, 150,000. For sedimentary, 150. Basement, 120. And standardized. And it has to be accompanied with a COMEX seal. COMEX, that's Council of Registration of Mining Societies in Nigeria. I'm 353 in Nigeria. It has to be sealed. And the implication is that if the project failed, you can sue the person who sealed that, and you can be to the regulatory body, and you can be derobed. That is for the geophysics. And then after drilling, they are supposed to report all in that document to be sealed. Then the water quality aspect, the parameters are there. The water analysts of Nigeria, they are supposed to seal that particular aspect. Then the construction aspect, that the pipeline reservoir supposed to be endorsed by Koren. All this was done at 2007, but the implementation has been the problem. I've had the cause of having a meeting with the former minister, Suleiman Adamu, on how to start enforcing it on Federal Ministry of Water Resources project, then development partners. Even when they went even further to have a national data bank in NISA. That's to say all this project data is supposed to be domiciled in that. The question we'll ask ourselves, why don't we implement? Even the same federal ministry will give you work, they don't follow the necessary regulations, and they give mushroom companies projects. Sometimes we do hydrogeological survey, even in Abuja, a project that is in Lafia. You do water analysis on paper. These are issues which already has been tackled on paper. But the question is, how do we implement this? That's one. Secondly, you talk about the water laws you talked about. How can you have national, I champion the water law in national state has been passed. But you know that in water supply, we talk about transboundary. The water that comes to our state comes from another state. We have 8 hydrological areas in Nigeria. And with the recent AgriSal work that has been concluded, we have 20 catchments in the northern Nigeria and 200 micro catchments. So it cannot be standalone. So what I'm trying to say is that we must have to pass the national water bill, which couldn't pass 8th and 9th assembly. We have to reverse it. We use this medium to go there without issue of politics. Then the other aspect again is incorporating some certain aspects within the existing water law. That are what we call water users. So water users are some of the issues in the SPIN project, sustainable power irrigation in Nigeria. Some states had to go back to the state assembly to incorporate the water users as integral part of that, so that the entire water value chain would be within one roof. These are some of the things we have done. Thank you very much.
I think this is a suggestion, yeah. Suggestions, questions? You raised your hand. Okay,
thank you very much. You have done well. Although this question might not be directed to you alone, because I want us to unanimously maybe get a way out of the problems we're actually having. Because you mentioned this issue of guidelines in terms of borehole drilling. And then I believe today we're actually looking at how to address the issue of water quality. So I don't know if this one is not for you alone. Let all of us, if anybody has any way out, because it is also observed that we have a lot of this issue of water quality with underground water in most of or some of our parts of the country. So I don't know if anybody has a holistic maybe approach towards how we can mitigate this issue of underground water quality. Thank you.
Good afternoon once more. My name is Abubakar Abdullahi, Water Quality Officer from Bauchi State. Part of some of those things we do in curtailing contamination of more especially boreholes. We normally carry out a water quality surveillance around the area where we expect the physical survey will be conducted. So when we do that, we establish the fact to know the type of contamination present in the water around the area before we now advise the geophysical surveyor to go, continue with his assignments. And likewise, there is currently a regulatory commission that is almost that is about to work in Bauchi State. So that regulatory commission has about 7-man committee, which the part of their assignment is also to checkmate all the indiscriminately drilling of boreholes around the entire state. Because indiscriminately drilling of borehole is also among some of the key problems. Because I don't want to mention either politicians or philanthropists, because they end up giving the borehole contract to people that don't even have the idea, they don't know anything about water, not talking of even water quality. And they end up giving artisans that we drill at any point without considering the sanitary area where they are supposed to. So these are some of the key things we need to watch out. Water quality surveillance around the area before advising the geophysical surveyor to carry out that. I think that has even made a progress for us. And in my organization in Ruasa Bauchi, that is what we are doing. But not all boreholes that you find in Bauchi State that is under our supervision, because some is either by philanthropists or some NGOs or some politicians, which they may not really come to my organization to seek for the professional guide on that matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think they mentioned the need to develop a national guideline or standard for borehole drilling, if I heard that. Yes, so maybe the Federal Ministry of Water Resources will address this. Do we have one? We have one.
Thank you very much. I will just try to wrap up and link into education. Everything we discuss here, I'm thinking that should not end here and should not only end in the ministry or the parastatal of the government. How can we impart this into the next generation? Take, for example, we've been talking about issue of climate change. I like the panel section of today when Professor Joshua, if I'm not wrong, discussing about climate education. Now, we should not just do this in terms of course that people want to have the degree. What we are discussing here can to specific elective courses that other people from other courses will also benefit from that. Look at your contribution you just gave now. This is very good. But if individual knows that, okay, before I have my borehole, I have to do all these tests, and will actually teach them from secondary school, even to the university during the elective, it's not compulsory that they have degree in geology or degree in climatology before they should have this basic thing. I think this is part of the thing. Anything that comes here goes to the ministry, but not only hand in the ministry, but we should pass it on to the next generation. That is the contribution.
Thank you, Prof.
Good day. Mine is on a general level, not to you alone. It cuts across both South and the North. I want to suggest that every establishment involving water or sanitation should consider having database for their water analysis or water quality tests being carried out. And then the data or the information gotten from those database can be used to maps, probably on a regional basis or national water quality map for the nation. Like the one in South Africa and some other even smaller African countries. They have database, they have maps for basis of regions or states. And then we should have increase in the number of water quality testing labs in Nigeria. The first day, yesterday, they shared a leaflet having reference labs, having just about 6 states or so on a regional basis. Why can't we have it in every state of Nigeria? And then why can't even the state water boards or the state generally, or even every of the federal establishments involved in water and have their own labs? It will go a long way to assist in water analysis test.
So from the lessons we're learning, I think in subsequent editions of the National Conference on Water Quality, we should make sure we invite either the leadership, borehole drillers, or a representative. I've also been informed by the Director of Water Quality and Sanitation Services of the Federal Ministry that there's a code of practice for borehole drilling in Nigeria. So, who is the representative of National Water Resource Institute here? NWRI. Who is representing NWRI? Yes, can you share with us the code of practice for borehole drilling in Nigeria? Yes, I'm coming.
Yes, we have developed the code of practice for borehole drilling in Nigeria, and states are using those code of practice. Possibly what will happen, I will send you a copy of the code of practice. Yes, but I need your maybe email or WhatsApp, whichever one. It's all right. That's okay.
So once I get hold of it, I will make sure I share it with the state heads of agencies from the various states. Maybe that.
We have also developed the code of practice for water works operation, but that has not been finalized by SON. We are still going to have a meeting with SON to validate the document. Yes, but that one is already right now.
All right, thank you very much. So if we have these documents handy, we can be able to regulate the borehole, proliferation of boreholes in our various states.
Okay, the response by the National Water Institute. I was part of that team that did that development. That was what I said before. And even the water quality in Nigeria were also part of that developed all these things. But what I wanted to say, okay, I should go ahead. Okay, so it's issue of we're here in a water quality conference. So our discussion is that it's multidisciplinary and so many people here. And I think the watchword should have been the issue of prevention. Now, most of the discussion within we are doing here, there are implemented agencies within the Federal Ministry of Water Resources. Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency has been the data bank for this country. And I've told you on paper, we have a desk officer for collection in the whole of this country. Now, Nigerian Hydrological Services has monitoring wells all over the country. Now, this monitoring well, what they have there, they have data logger. Von Assen, which is telemetric, it gives information straight and then come back. But those telemetric equipment only give the rise and fall of water, but it does not take care of quality. So if there is any way, unfortunately, they are constrained in terms of funds. What you can do now, look at him. So what we can do now is that if we can get funding from climate change basket to give NISA, if they can retrieve existing data loggers that don't only one, if they can bring the ones that are available now, they can kill two birds with one stone. They will measure the rise and fall, and then they measure the quality. And it is sent real time, so that if there's going to be any troubleshooting, it will immediately say, so that you can now comb that area. Then the issue of the water quality lab we're talking about, people that were in National Water Council in Oyo, it was advised that each state, in every water works, we should have a treatment plant, that we should have a quality lab. And we are doing that. So the only thing is that you could do the treatment up to certain level. So cornoscopic investigation, there are certain investigations that are cornoscopic, maybe radioactive. Those are where you cannot take to Mina regional lab. the basic laboratory test. Anybody that's managing a water board here, he knows that we'll do the basic treatment of this pH, turbidity, EC, and the rest. So the reference laboratory is for cornoscopic evaluation. Additionally, I want to put it to you, the federal government of Nigeria and the UNDP has set up an innovation hub in National State University. It's going to be commissioned by the Vice President in the next 2 weeks. One is also in Lagos. Some of the digital equipment are all in Kefi, very close here. So even more advanced than the lab you are talking about in Mina. So it's just an information. I'm going to be part of the people are going to present in that commission in the next 2 weeks. But the UNDP Innovation Hub. We have our Innovation Hub, about 6 in the country. One in Kefi, one in Zaria, one in Uyo, one in Lagos. There are about 6 of them. So it's an information. Yeah,
thank you very much, sir. So this is the last contribution before we now take the communique.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dauda Mohammed Dauda, and I work with Standards Organization of Nigeria. Actually, I want to follow up with the comments made by Professor Ayodele. What we lack, I think, is succession plan and sustainability of our policies. Most of the times that you find out that people that either develop a policy, they will just go with the book as well, because the younger ones has not been enlightened on what is around, what is on ground. So you find out that, like just the GM or DG from Nasarawa, I had a lot of encounters with him, though I attended a lot of programs with him. The knowledge he has, the wealth of knowledge he has, and other things, I found out confusing that I don't think whether he coming with younger ones that they used to come with him to also learn from him, because you can't have very young ones that are making very younger ones that are making contribution to the way he's making, but he has the knowledge and everything. Even since yesterday, I think Dr. Abbas mentioned of national standard water, national drinking water, national standard for drinking water quality, and I'm confusing that these are the custodians of water in their various localities, states, and local government, but they are not aware, they don't have the knowledge of the existence of such national document. And it is national document, and everybody needs to own it. But I'm confused that, is it the awareness that is not there? But I doubt much if there is no awareness, because I'm sure that most of the times when the document has been published, established, the Ministry of Authorities used to carry out sensitization, publicization in various regions, various states. But you find out that people don't have the knowledge of the existence of such documents, which is very pathetic. Actually, maybe we need to give into the advice made by Professor Ayodele about incorporating this important document into our curriculum, that is electives and other things, so that people will be aware of it. And also my organization has the website, which if you click, you can see all the standards on water. They are there, at very standard, drinking water. In fact, of recent, I think 2024, there is documents on ambient water quality that has been established, which has been championed by Prime Minister of Water Resources. Our organization is the custodian, is the secretariat of all national standards. And we work with various institutions, organizations, relevant ones that are championing all their policy makers that can use such documents. So please and please, maybe we need to have a succession policy, planning, and also sustainability of all this policy and document that we used to establish. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Group Southerners. Please clap for Group Southerners. All right. So I will invite Dr. Felix Ogundipe to come and present the communique, after which we go for lunch. Okay.
Please, a round of applause for the moderator. Please, a round of applause for your moderator. She didn't do a good job. Let's clap for her one more time. I can only see the Northerners clapping. So let's do this. Good. Thank you. So let's do this now. Northerners, if you're appreciate the work the Southerners did. Clap for them. We have a clap meter to check. Southerners, if you appreciate the work that the Northerners did, clap for them. Okay, 50-50. Okay, that's the clap meter. Clap meter says it's 50-50. Please, let's celebrate ourselves. Everyone, put your hands together for yourselves. Great work. Thank you for being a part of the conversation. It's getting to the end of this event. We want to sincerely appreciate everyone who's been with us since yesterday, of course. And of course, those who joined us today, I must mention the one and only Dr. Yemisi. Welcome to the meeting. We missed you yesterday and glad to have you in the room. Of course, it's now time to begin to wrap up, and the communique is next. And this will be done by the one and only director, our own director, the ever hardworking. Please celebrate Mrs. Elizabeth Ugo. Yes, put your hands together. Now, Mama Bidiso. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for the honor. I thank you all so much. So in the course of the discussion, before I start with the communique, in the course of the discussion, I heard talking about a body for utilities. It's the Nigerian Water Supply and Sanitation Association. I think we'll be, maybe I will now present or show the phone number for the secretary, so that utilities that are here that are not part of that association can ask or make inquiries and see what it requires for them to be part of that association. So there, to all these issues you are talking, is something that can be resolved and you get some information. For the NISA, the ministry is collaborating with NISA in relation to these monitoring wells. We have been, I think we've had an engagement or consultation or training with them, with NISA, where we are hoping the issue at hand is the problem of funds. We have a plan that will be going out with them to these monitoring wells they have with the department to be able to monitor, because most times what they do is the quantity, but the quality, then together with the department, they can now do that and they will be able to have that data regularly, all things being equal. So we move to the communique. Communique. So as we go paragraph by paragraph, we make our comments before I move on. Please. No, let me see the, thank you. The communique. The second edition of the Annual Water Quality Conference held at the exclusive Serene Hotel, 31 Ruben Okoya Crescent, Wuse, Abuja, from 31st March to 1st April 2026. Are we okay with the title? Are we okay with the title? Yes or silence, I move on. If you say no, I stop. Okay, thank you. Then preamble. The 2026 Annual Water Quality Conference was held from 31st March to 1st April 2026 at the exclusive Serene Hotel, Abuja, under the theme, Water Quality in a Changing Climate, Policies, Innovation and Practice. The theme underscores one of the most critical challenges confronting water resources management today, climate change is no longer a distant threat, but a present reality, already altering rainfall patterns, increasing the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, and exerting additional pressure on both water resources and water quality. Next paragraph, please. Okay. The conference was declared open by the Honorable Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Engineer Professor Telenum Usef, FNSC, in his keynote. So I think that should be a full stop after the minister's name, instead of the comma, please. Secretary, I'm sure you are taking notes. Because that I is a capital. In his keynote address, he emphasized that the Annual Water Quality Conference serves as a vital national platform for dialogue, collaboration, and knowledge exchange among stakeholders committed to safeguarding Nigeria's water resources and ensuring equitable access to safe drinking water for all Nigerians. The welcome remark was delivered by the Permanent Secretary, Dr. Emma Umobong, who warmly welcomed participants to the second edition of the Annual Water Quality Conference and wished them productive and impactful deliberations. The Director of Water Quality Control and Sanitation, my humble self, outlined the key achievements of the maiden edition of the conference and expressed strong confidence that the 2026 conference will generate impactful resolutions to improve water quality in Nigeria. The next paragraph. Goodwill messages were delivered by the Chairman, Senate Committee on Water Resources, Engineer Kenneth Eze, representatives of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, Federal Ministry of Environment, Water Aid, organized private sector in water, sanitation and hygiene, in OPSWASH, Nestle Nigeria, Society for Family Health, SFH, and World Health Organization. The conference brought together over 300 participants, including policymakers, water and sanitation experts, researchers, government officials, development partners, society organizations, CSOs, media practitioners, and private sector representatives. Participants were drawn from state ministries responsible for water resources and sanitation, state water supply and sanitation agencies, regulatory bodies, and federal ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs. The conference featured technical sessions, policy, dialogue. Okay, thank you. So the academia is missing there, the stakeholders that were here. Please take notes, Secretariat. Huh? Yes, and students. Yes, thank you. The students and the academia. Thank you. The conference featured technical sessions, policy dialogue, group work, and exhibitions that highlighted progress, innovation, and partnerships addressing water quality challenges in the context of climate change. Discussions were structured around 3 thematic areas: impact of drought, flooding, and pollution on water quality, integration of One Health approaches into water safety planning, and building resilience against climate-induced water contamination risk. The conference also developed an action plan to address the impacts of flooding and droughts on water quality. Participants commended the organizers of the conference, particularly the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, for its leadership and commitment. Special appreciation was also extended to development partners and the private sector for their technical and financial support. Then the observations. During the 2 days of deliberations, the conference noted the following. 1. Nigeria faces increasing threats to water quality arising from the interconnected impacts of drought, flooding, and pollution, which contributes to significant public health risk, environmental degradation, and economic losses. 2. Flooding remains a major challenge due to the absence of inadequacy of comprehensive flood vulnerability maps and drainage master plans across many states and regions, coupled with insufficiently coordinated flood control measures. 3. Flood events introduce large volumes of contaminants into water sources, thereby increasing the cost and complexity of water treatment. 4. Groundwater resources are under significant threat, particularly in the Niger Delta, where contamination from oil exploration activities persists and existing groundwater monitoring infrastructure, including monitoring wells, is largely non-functional. Any comments? Yes, please. The other mic, please, so that we can hear her clearly. Okay, there's one. Let somebody come up. You see? On it.
Another threat that was discussed under groundwater is not just the Niger Delta, but the mining activity, I think in Zamfara and some other, yeah, I think because it was on lead and such heavy metals. I think it's good that we capture it. So Niger Delta is not the only one that has such serious problems. Thank you.
So include that, or take note so that we add it and correct immediately because of signing. So number 5, once contaminated, groundwater is extremely difficult and costly to remediate, underscoring the need for preventive and protective measures. 6, there is a lack of integrated data systems linking climate variability with quality and contamination trends, which limit effective risk assessment and evidence-based decision-making. 7, water quality monitoring surveillance systems and regulatory enforcement mechanisms remain weak and inadequate, including limited enforcement of the Nigerian Standard for Water Quality, NSDWQ. Then number 8, there are gaps in policy frameworks and technical guidelines, particularly relating to WASH in healthcare settings, Infection Prevention and Control, IPC, and Healthcare Associated Infections, HAIS. 9. Public awareness on safe drinking water, hygiene practices, and water safety planning remain insufficient. 10. Key systemic challenges identified include inadequate funding, weak intersectorial coordination, political and institutional constraints, and the growing impact of climate change. 11, and the last, there is limited integration of climate resilience strategies, community participation, and One Health approaches in water safety planning and service delivery. We move on to the resolutions, key resolutions. The conference resolved and recommended the following. 1. States and local governments should develop and implement comprehensive flood vulnerability maps and drainage master plans to enhance coordinated flood and drought management systems across the country. So, for these, I don't know, is anyone in hydrology around here? The hydrology department? They are not here. Sir? I'm not hearing you. Okay. Okay. Why I'm saying this for this, so that it's not like a duplication, because there's supposed to be a committee on ground for flood management. So maybe we should be asking to see visibility or the function, the responsibility of the flood management committee, seeing them to work. Because there's a flood management, after the flood, there's this national, is it ministerial, interministerial flood management committee. Yes. Your own, okay, that is at the state level. Okay. That's, so let's see this one again. State and local government should develop and implement, okay, comprehensive flood vulnerability maps. Probably it can go because the other one is interministerial at the federal level. So this, we are talking to states and local governments. Yes. So we look at 2. Governments at all levels should adopt and scale up integrated water resources management, IWRM, approaches, including climate adaptation strategies, protection of upstream catchments, enforcement of pollution control measures, and modernization of water treatment technologies. 3. The federal, state, and local governments should strengthen water quality monitoring and surveillance through the deployment of modern technologies, including satellites, remote sensing, and low-cost monitoring tools, as well as the rehabilitation of existing infrastructure such as groundwater monitoring wells. 4. The federal government should strengthen regulatory frameworks and enforce mechanisms for compliance with the Nigerian Standard for Drinking Water Quality, NSW-DWQ, while state governments and local governments should ensure effective implementation of the standard. 5. Government at all levels should promote data integration, sharing, and open access platforms to support evidence-based planning, decision-making, and early warning systems. 6. Federal, state, and local governments should prioritize nature-based solutions, including wetland restoration and ecosystem protection, as cost-effective approaches to improving water quality and climate resilience. 7. Governments at all levels should strengthen intersectoral coordination among water, health, environment, and other relevant sectors, and promote integrated planning approaches through the effective implementation and operationalization of the One Health principles. 8. Governments at all levels should mobilize sustainable financing, strengthen public-private partnership, and build institutional and human capacity to scale up water quality and wash interventions. 9. Federal and state governments should strengthen wash services in healthcare facilities through improved policies, infrastructure, monitoring system, and alignment with infection prevention and control, IPS standards. 10. Governments at all levels, including partners, should intensify public awareness campaigns and community engagement on safe drinking water, hygiene practices, and water safety planning. 11. Governments at all levels, as well as partners, should support research, innovation, maybe, do I wait or I continue? Okay. Government, 11. Okay, 10, sorry. Government, 11, yes, thank you. Governments at all levels, as well as partners, should support research, innovation, and knowledge sharing in the areas of climate resilience, water systems, One Health, and water safety planning. Then 12, the federal, state, and local governments should strengthen the capacity of agricultural extension workers through targeted sensitization and training on the safe, appropriate, and environmentally sustainable application of pesticide, herbicides, and organic fertilizers for farming and irrigation practices, given their impact on water quality. The context of this communique were agreed on by all stakeholders present and was unanimously adopted. Signed this day, 1st April 2026, at the exclusive Serene Hotel, Abuja. So we'll need representatives from each of the different geopolitical zones, the 6 geopolitical zones. You have to pick one person who will sign as we are in agreement to implement these resolutions. Are we in agreement? Okay, so we now want someone from the Northwest. Who will be signing for Northwest? Okay, sir. From Katsina, Abi? Okay. Then from Southwest. Southwest. Okay. No, it's the states that will have to sign. Yes. Southwest. Anyone from Southwest? Yes. From which state, please? Sure. Okay. Please, so these persons that are going to be signing, please, you have to wait here when the corrected one is printed so that you can sign before you leave. It has to be signed today, please.
Madam, I think we need to know who is signing for each zone. It's very
Okay.
important. Because
All right.
if there is the most senior in that zone, is the person that is going to sign on behalf of that zone.
Yes.
Like that one is a
For
Permanent Secretary
Katsina.
Commissioner Katsina.
Yes.
Or
Oyo. I mean, Oshun.
Who is
Please, can you introduce yourself? You say? The mic, please. It's not from the state?
But I'm from Ruwesa.
You are from?
Ruwesa.
Ruwasa?
Yeah.
Why can't he sign? If the GM is not here, he can sign. It must not be the GM. A representative from that state or that zone. Is GM here? Any GM from the zone? Hello? Okay. It's okay.
Good afternoon.
It's good afternoon.
My name is Tola Fadari. I'm the Director Quality Assurance, Lagos State Water Corporation, representing my MD.
It's all right. Thank you. So please, you wait behind, sir. When we are signing this, I think you will all come this way so that when
Thank
we
you.
print it out, you will sign. Thank you, sir. It's okay. Thank you. So we go to Southeast. Southeast. Yes, Enugu State. Can you introduce yourself?
Sorry. My name is Chika Mba, GM Enugu Ruwasa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Northeast. Please from Northeast.
There is a commissioner from Northeast.
I think somebody spoke from Bauchi.
There is commissioner from Northeast.
Northeast, please. Who is signing?
Diana? So, my name is Abubakar Limamba, GM Ruwasa Yobe.
Okay, Yobe State. Thank you. So, Southeast, we've taken Southeast, Northeast. So we move to South-South. South-South. Niger Delta. Yes, please. Introduce yourself.
I am Queen Amakri, GM Small Town.
Thank you. Okay. And then North Central, finally. Someone from North Central. Please, can you introduce yourself?
I'm Adekunle Razak.
North Central.
Yeah,
Okay,
North Central.
From which
Adekunle Razak.
agency?
Lower Niger River Basin Development.
Okay.
Ilorin.
But no, Lower Niger is the state. The state. Lower Niger is the federal level. Let's take someone from the state.
From the state, okay.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
I am Architect Titus Umandi, the GM of Benue State Water Board.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So please, these 6 persons who stood to represent the different zones, you can just come maybe in front here so that once the communique has been corrected, you will now have to print. We'll print it out and then you sign, please. We'll take it to the ministry to inform our management, particularly the permanent secretary, so that she will also sign her own. It is after that we'll share to everyone that is here, because the PAMSEC should sign to make it a complete document that can be used. So I think at this point, we can give ourselves Atama. We are Wash family. You don't know what is Atama? Atama. Atama, Atama, Labako, Labako, Labarina. Thank you very much. And okay, I will to close. Okay. So on this note also, I want to thank every one of us. Time is far gone, but I can see that the energy is very high inside this hall. So let's give ourselves another round of our clap. Thank you all for the participation. We want to thank our honorable commissioners that left every other thing to be here with us, to have discussion and engage with us in this very important conference. For the GM, DGs, RUASAs, we are also very grateful. For the staff at different levels, officers, water quality officers, directors that are here, both at the federal and state level, please, we appreciate your presence and the contributions you have made so far. I want to believe that going back, we have something, like we said, we had a review of our actions. So by the grace of God too, next year, I believe that as we go back, we will start working. We have had our action plans. Now let's run with it so that something is done. It should be around funding, but like we heard today, some is foundations. It's not just the development partners. Maybe there are different foundations we can approach to be able to support us when we do our proposals and send to them to support the work, because as it is now, government alone cannot do this. The work is so enormous. And so we need to look for others who are going to be supporting us in this sector. I want to thank the very much able MC Lenry. Thank you so much. Making this conference quite interesting for every one of us. And also the media that have been with us. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The hotel, I hope their services, well, we'll say above average. There's no way they can be perfect. We also thank them for the services they've rendered. For our media, multimedia, all that have contributed one way or the other to the success. For your patience, also for really being fully participating, making it really participatory, we want to say a big thank you from the management and staff of the Federal Ministry of Water and Resources. By the grace of God, next year we'll be gathered again to know how far we have gone, what are the emerging issues that we need to address, and be able also to provide solutions. And I will say lastly, by the grace of God, this very conference will be the last I will handle as Director, Water Quality Control and Sanitation. So, I'll be exiting the service, retiring from service by the grace of God by March. And we have a very able and capable hand. Mr. Jamilu Abu MNI will be taking over this role as the Director and Head of Department of Water Quality Control and Sanitation. I think shortly we'll go for our lunch, and as you return, I wish everyone safe trip as you go back. You want to say something? Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So, you have had the announcements. I would want one male and one female from the government agency and someone from the development or donor partners to come and say something about Mrs. Ugo. Let us celebrate her. Please. Okay, one. A female. Someone that knows her very well. Someone that knows her very well.
Yeah, that's the song.
Our mama believe. Sweet water. It's our sweet mother. We don't go forget you, sweet mama. For all the water quality where you don't do. And the sanitation improvement. Well, on behalf of all of us, we really want to appreciate God for your life. You've been a woman of honor, a woman of dedication, a goal-getter. When you came, I know that before you came, we've had this national drinking water quality standard. However, when you came, you took it to upper level and you also started this conference. We pray and continue to work with your predecessor to ensuring that this conference continues to grow. Also in the sanitation subsector, there were a lot of issues we had before you came. You have strengthened the NTGS, national network. You have strengthened that, and you have also encouraged states to have their own STGS, and local government to have their LTGS, and community to also have theirs. A big challenge in Nigeria has been around FSM. Our FSM had not been properly done, leading to contamination of the groundwater in terms of the type of septic tanks and sanitation facilities. You are working on that. We know that you are currently working, ensuring that we can have a draft strategy on FSM, and that will go a long way. Also for the sanitation infrastructural development, we just heard from the Institute about the role you have played to ensuring that we have a guide. And with that guide now, we can be able to push forward our CLTS. The community-led total sanitation has stagnated over some time. But with your coming now, we are moving that through a lot of basic sanitation and also safely managed sanitation. So once again, we want to appreciate you and your team, Oga, our other Mama, Yemisi, and all your team. We wish you all the best. We're looking forward to you in the consultancy realm because you are an encyclopedia of knowledge of water quality, of water safety management, and of sanitation. So we hope that you will use that at that level. Thank you, ma, and congratulations.
Okay, she says she doesn't know her too well. A woman from the States. A woman must say something. Madam Rasa says she doesn't know her too well. A woman. While we're waiting for a woman from the States, I'd like to give to
the first thing that struck me when I was introduced to Mrs. Ugo was her simplicity. Simplicity, her approachableness, her open, I don't know how to put it. You don't see her and see director of water quality and in the federal ministry of, even till today, somebody just commented also, this woman is just simple. She's just herself. Ma, I'll be like you when I grow up. I admire you a whole lot. And upon that, sometimes I call her and the way she answers my questions, and I don't know, I think that's also how she answers everybody. She gives you what she knows. She doesn't hide anything. She doesn't make you to think that you are disturbing her. You have to almost be apologizing for disturbing her. Say, no problem. And somehow she makes working with the federal so easy. And I know that the person taken after her will also take after that. Because it's something that we have all enjoyed working with her. As you are going on this most deserved retirement, you don't at all look tired. So we know you are still, you still be very much around, always ready to, keep giving all that you have and what you have. We thank God for the grace He gave you for this job, and we look forward to still keeping in touch with you for a long time to come. Congratulations, ma'am.
Now, thank you so much. I will be calling on the chairperson of the LOC that has been organizing this workshop. If I decide to talk, because I've always been a member, it will sound as though I'm being biased. So let's hear from a different person. Let us call Professor to speak about our director.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it's an opportunity for me here to speak about the director, because for 2 years running, I've been the chairman of the technical subcommittee of this conference. And when the committee was constituted in 2024, I must say that I never met her before then, but all the necessary support that the committee needed, she provided within her best ability. And at no point during the preparation, especially for, did she control the affairs of the subcommittee, which actually, the subcommittee actually the one that organized the entire conference, accepted that funds have to be looked for and all, but making everyone come here today, or from yesterday, the subcommittee on technical programs and content made it possible. And she gave that committee the appropriate opportunity, the enabling environment to ensure that all the activities went on smoothly. For that, I want to congratulate her on behalf of the subcommittee for a successful career and ending the career successfully. And to the incoming director, I want to also appeal to him that the path already laid, he will build on it, so that in future when we gather here, better things will be achieved that will make Nigeria a better place. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all.
All right. We have known Mrs. Ugo as a very, very innovative person. On a personal note, I know her in Plateau State when she came with the EU ambassador to Nigeria and West Africa for a field assessment and commissioning of wash facility when she represented the Honorable Minister. And since then, she has always proved to be not just a civil servant, but a woman that believes that Nigeria will move forward. Since she became a director, most innovations, in fact, we've been here is a product of our innovation. Before now, we have never had water quality conference like this. So we appreciate you for coming up with something like this. She's not just an innovator, but when she assumed office, she consolidates and continue with good things that are already in existence. For instance, before she became a director, NTGS exists. But when she came, she strengthened the system and expanded it in such a way that today it becomes something that it's everything in the sector looks up to. Every department, every section in the sector want to say, I want a group that is like NTGS. So we thank you very much for setting the pace in the sector. Apart from that, she was working in the wash account. And later, when she became a director, it was further strengthened. And you can be able to pinpoint where the wash investments are going. A lot of things that you initiated. Before, we used to have only rural sanitation. Rural sanitation was not much pronounced. Later, when NTGS came in and rural sanitation became pronounced, like urban sanitation was dying off. And I remember last year, year before last, it began to strengthen urban sanitation. Is there anything in WASH that can be mentioned in Nigeria that your signature is not there? We really appreciate you. It's our greatest desire that as you go, in fact, H2S production, you are talking about water quality. Hydrogen sulfide production started. When you came in, you ensured that it should be produced locally. It should not just be produced locally. It should be produced by the staff of water resources to ensure government ownership. So many things that can be called upon. You will see a director like that on the corridor and in the ministry, and you greet her, she will embrace you as if you have been with her for a long time. Thank you so much for this thing. But before I hand over the mic, one of my friends who is not in the sector was with me, and I told the person, this is a director from the Federal Ministry of Water Resources. I said, a director that is always on lockups, is it that people who does not even have money is looking for wig, and you're always on lockup? That shows how simple you are. You are not just on lockup, but it shows your simplicity, and we appreciate that simplicity. Thank you very much for the leadership. Thank you very much for the innovation. Thank you very much for the capacity and everything you've been able to build across the sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Now, I want us to begin to ask ourselves, can people speak about you if you get to this level? Can people speak good, or what would people say about you? Are you the type of director that intimidates your staff? Are you the type of director that changes the terms of agreement to your own terms? Are you the kind of director that changes the theme of conferences to your own self-interest? Let us learn from what we've heard today, not just accolades. Having said that, I would want us to stand up and sing, for she's a jolly good fellow. She's a jolly good fellow. For she's a jolly good fellow. And so says all of us. And so says all of us. And so says all of us. For she's a jolly good fellow. For she's a jolly good fellow. For she's a jolly good fellow. And says to all of us. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Theodora. While still standing, I want us to agree that God will bless her as she goes forward. Everything she puts her hands are blessed. She will continue to look younger and healthier in the name of God that we serve. Now, can I hear amen? That signals the end of this conference. God bless you. Have a safe trip to your destinations, and God bless Nigeria. All the LOCs, please come forward for a group photograph. The local organizing committee, kindly come forward for group photograph. Thank you. God bless you. Water quality officers, SAWASH, please wait behind.
I'm a lad,
In the night, get up down for you. Oh, you talk to me, oh, mama. Free, oh, my love was on me, that you're with you. Baby, oh, I think I find it. Oh, I think I find it. See, if I'm to choose, girl, I choose you. If I'm to lose, girl, I want to lose with you. They say that I'm evil, girl, I see truth in you. You are going for me. Do you really care? Show me what you feel. Show me the terror. To be sincere, I want to understand anything for you. Anything for you. Yeah, I cherish you. I stand for you. I would lie for you, but I feel like for you. In the night, get up down for you. Oh, you talk to me, oh, come on. Free, oh, my love, me that you're with you. Baby, oh, I think I find it in you. Oh, I think I find it in you. God, if I'm to shoot, girl, I'll shoot for you. Ain't gonna kill me, just a bullet wound. Prayed about you last night, you came around me. Yeah, I want my lion. If you buy infinity, would you buy for me? I make activity, would you come for me? Step into the light and let me see your face. See your face. Yeah, I cherish you. I stand for you. I won't lie to you, but I feel like for you. In the night, get up down for you. Oh, you talk to me, oh, mama. Free you, but love is all that you're with you. Baby, all I think I find is in you. 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 Better go get him. For this suffer, suffer for me, sweet mother, I no go forget you. For this suffer where you suffer for me.
Oh boy, no be small cry, I dey cry. Now so my mama just,
When I dey cry, my mother go carry me. She go say my pikin, wetin you dey cry, oh yeah. Stop, stop, hey, hey, stop, stop. Aha. Stop, stop, make you no cry again. Whoa.
make you no cry. Dry your eye. Oh yeah, make me go sleep now.
When I want sleep, my mother go pet me. She go lie me well for bed. Oh, she cover me cloth, say make you sleep. Sleep, sleep, my pikin. Whoa. Oh, no, 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 no.
Oh boy, see as hungry they wire me now. Eh?
When I dey hungry, my mother go run up. She dey find me something when I go chop. Oh,
Hey.
sweet mother, sweet mother. Oh,
Hello? Please, if you mistakenly take an eyeglass cover that does belong to you, please kindly return it to me. Please, an eyeglass cover. It contains two ATM cards inside it. Please. Thank you.
No, we need the representative from Northwest and South.
for signing of the communique, please. North, West, and the South. Please come and sign the communique. Northwest. Northwest, please come and sign the communique. The representative from the Northwest. Do you know the representative from the Northwest?
Don't walk, you don't try. You're supposed to be try.